There I am, back again. I'm gonna share stream. What? What? Am I still streaming? OBS said it stopped working, but it seems to still working. Very strange. What? And share on X. Getting distracted by watching my notification on X. I kind of want to make this smaller. Yeah. That's good. And then make this larger because I need to show the whiteboard. Something like that. Light into room. Got light. I can see the chat from the whiteboard. And you can see the whiteboard. Something like that. And I can see the timeline. Cool, it's slightly smaller, so it fits. Interesting. Let's let's remove the timeline for now. And then the root goal is the game. I can actually put this here, saving even more space. That's the goal. And now I'm going to divide it into parts. Let's see what parts are necessary regarding the software. Need a USB stick. That is the physical device. We need, why we need this one is we need to test USB. Or should we even care about that stuff? Maybe we don't. Maybe just focus on the game and actually not delivery of the game either. Just a gm.exe. That's the goal. And that will occur on the leaf node down here. Or maybe the tree doesn't have to grow straight down, it can grow to the sides as well. Laundry. Build gm.exe. That is one. Let's make it even smaller. Build gm.exe. That is like the final step. But it's also not the final step in that it needs to happen often. So this part needs to be automated. I'm really thinking about how everything should connect. This is a goal of building, and it contains everything in the game. In order to build it, I kind of feel like I need post-its. that I'll move around instead of having these. Because then I can it would be nice with an interactive whiteboard. I don't have that. Yeah, I think do I even have post-its? I actually have a lot of post-its. Wow, I have a lot of post-its. This might actually be enough. Look, 3 basically filled. This is great. This is great. Then I can use this to write details. I can use this to write big title. This one will be build game. Or it will simply be the same as before. Build yam.exe. And in order to do that, I need to make a Godot project. Make but the thing is with this one is that I just need to do this once. I don't need an AI to make an empty Godot project. I just need to make this once. So I feel like I need some kind of symbol that means I just need to do it once. Or, I don't know. Let's not make a symbol. Let's not make it complex. In order to build the German Stereo game, I need a Godot project. When I have a Godot project, I can make the game. I can build it. I also need to change the settings. To Windows. Godot Windows settings. Now I have 3 goals. Make Godot project, Godot Windows settings, build exe. All of these can be, I just need to do this once, this can be software, this can be software. Yeah, maybe that's what I should have. A symbol in the corner. Just, I need to do it once. And this one can be a piece of software, or I just need to do it once, it depends. No, I did need to do it several times. Because I need to switch back to Linux and the Windows to Linux. So this needs to be a piece of software or a command that I run that makes the Godot Windows settings. And building the GM can also be a piece of software. Where I click a button, basically. Yeah, software means clicking a button. Let's make a legend. Should the legend be up here? Yeah, let's put it up here. And then we have this. I was thinking of adding an age for a human has to do it, but there might be nothing a human needs to do since this is a piece of software. Yeah, when it comes to just the software. And then AI. Connect AI to do a lot of times. Even if I don't develop this system, it makes me understand my requirements on the system. So when I see options available, if someone has made similar systems, I can easily see if it matches up to the requirements. Now we have a legend. One means only needs to be done once. S means develop or install software to do a lot of times. AI means connect AI to do a lot of times. I should also write main goal so I can keep focus on the large scale of the picture. Leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. As soon as possible. Yeah. I had an idea that this means that no human tasks should be in this. No human task should be in this. No human goal. Because wait, I might need more on the legend. General requirements or rules. Rules. No human goal. feel like I need to explain why there should be no June goal. Because otherwise I will forget about it. Like why is this required? Why? We don't need to gather info to create all the software. In for when the game features are done, then we are done with AI and software. Then we can use the software to make the whole game. Features. The game. I feel like I need a separate timeline anyways. I need a bigger timeline somewhere. Yeah. Maybe. Yes. Otherwise I'll forget. Leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. Features. This is the focus of the current focus. Add back the timeline at the top. it's done, so we don't even need to consider May. May is history. If this is packaging, the game has to be complete by the end of September. I should make September a buffer month. Let me take a look at the detail plan. It says in June we do the factory and we complete the factory to basically have all the features done. Which is not gonna happen. But yeah, and then the game, factory game mechanics, on the click, dialogue, the tone, driving, game mechanics assembly line. Then factory raw material is human work, consultation, town history, analyzing movies with a Prismet. It's a thing I created. And then factory config, and then laser geotown data, yeah, okay. And then iterative polish on fun parts. Yeah, so that's, yeah. Cutscenes if time in July. Immersion QA protocol. Right. Just doing playtests to see if people like it. Quality searching, local model quality path per step. I don't remember about that. Claude is kind of mixing in some details and leaving out some details when it made this timeline. Then hosted versus local inverse evaluation. And that's, yeah, I guess those things are connected to polish. The idea was to have our features done and then do polish. Okay, this is good. I'm remembering the bigger plans. Just having a playable game. Okay, I'm remembering my plan. My plan is pretty good actually. It's just that I have been forgetting about the plan since I've been focused on so much on proactive body and proactive being. And AI hub and AI, super intelligence and stuff. Anyways. Right, so I should... So it's like... ugly, complete, feature, playable, and then improve quality of assets. That's it. And it says in July to also do partner feedback. Cannot do partner feedback until I have something to give. Test orders, packaging, print, design, order 50 USB, 50 boxes, 50 maps, low USBs. Those are the things that I maybe can do like on Monday, so like take a break and just do all of the other stuff on Mondays. Mondays, production, packages, etc. Because those things needs to be done at the right time during the development of the game. Maybe. I can make the packages myself, like I have my plan B kind of situation. But should I decide to go with that route? If I go with that route, I have slightly more money to put on AI inference to improve the quality of the game instead of improving the packaging of the game. Yeah, I should have small dates in my calendar for small tasks in calendar. To not miss non-software work. If I have it as a small task in calendar, then I don't have to have it on a big board. I don't need to focus it all the time. I just, when I check my calendar and a day comes to that point, then I'll have to pause software and work on that for that day. Yeah. Right. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. Everything is pretty straightforward, pretty easy. But to be sure, I'm also gonna check my photograph on my old plan. To make sure I haven't missed something in the new plan. This is a photograph when I had my previous place, and this is what it contained. So down here I had the month, and up here I had the year, all the development, and up here I had like inspiration and things. And let's see, February, March, April, May, I was focusing on narrative. I had a different way of thinking of things. I was thinking of making the narrative good first, because that's the most important part of the game. This is good, but I can't put this much focus on narrative because the game still has to look some sort of good, and it has to work in order to tell the narrative through it. It has to exist. Yeah. Scenes, characters, dialogues, clues and red herrings. I think this timeline is good to look at a bit later as well, when I need to divide things up, like the narrative and all the things that needs to be done. And then I'll talk to AI to design this kind of tree here. Hierarchy of tasks that need to be done. We got test orders, start company ID pickup. Did not succeed with those things. Tryckerier, press. Okay, and then the 3D map I was thinking of focusing that this month. And July I was thinking of 3D driving. I probably would have kind of gone with this kind of way of working if I still lived at my old place. But going to this new place really, it was a nuclear reset, which I actually think is good. And then I was thinking in July to focus, creating the ugly game in the end of June. And then high quality. This doesn't really make sense. I think this plan is not thought out. This is old stuff and this is new. Because 3D driving must be an ugly game mechanic in order to. And then I was thinking August to do polish and QA and maybe cutscenes. And then September last polish. So I think we're gonna do August is gonna be polish. September is gonna be buffer month. I don't know. Maybe September will be superintelligence month or something, when I can start to focus on superintelligence again. Or I'll just use September as polish. I don't have any buffer month. No, I think I gotta do August is gonna be polish. So June is gonna be plan month. Plan and test. Research plan month. July is gonna be mechanics month. August polish. improvement. Well, I think I will try to finish the game in end of July. I'm trying to do, I think I'm making it hard. I'm trying to do everything at once, which makes everything complex and not in a natural growth kind of sense. I could work in a different way where I create some kind of foundational thing first, and then on top of that I create some, like I can create the narrative first, like I was thinking in this plan, where this plan was very grounded, but then I got ripped out from the ground and I had to move, and yeah, anyways, the question is, should I go back to a foundational workflow where I decide, like, these are all the scenes, these are all the characters, these are all the clues, these are the red herrings, and then have that done, and then go to next part. I kind of feel that won't work when it comes to a game. If I have gone through this process and know the process completely from start to finish, then I could select the right part to work on first, and then work on the next part, and then work on the next part, and then work on the next part. But since it's a kind of an innovative process, I need to iterate on the whole thing. That's what I had before, a delivery loop system, where I worked 2 weeks to develop and then ship and then evaluate, and then plan, develop and ship and then evaluate. That's how I used to work in April. Potentially that could be a good way to do it. Like focusing on the bottleneck. Yeah, I think so. I need to write down the reasoning, how I come to this conclusion, so I cannot be distracted by previous solutions. That have been abandoned. Potentially I could just speak into the or I can write it down. If I write it down, I can improve it. I think it's better to write it down. That's the study part. Okay. Game development. In the case of your Mysterium USB must handle, must simplify the complexity of doing the whole game at once. If I had made a similar game before, then I would know what to do in what order. Writing the whole story, then making art, then making code, etc. But I do not know the correct order. So the process becomes more of an innovative process. Which benefits from process becomes iteration instead. Each iteration produces. I feel so silly because I've written and thought of these things several times before. I've just forgotten my reasoning. Each iteration produces a playable build. The playable build becomes better and better. Until time runs out. And that is the final game. Final polished game. Is that enough? The AI workflow challenge. Since features are gradually added and improved upon, AI must have access, change all files. This makes it problematic since the AI can change files it should not touch. So how do we enforce the sandbox when we don't know what files it needs to touch? I guess AI will create the sandbox. AI will suggest present a detailed plan of what files to touch and why. Maybe this. Whoa. I feel like this is kind of the stable and secure way that a lot of software developers who use AI to develop software is doing it. Very slow and steady. I'm gonna save this as, oops, I didn't intend to show that. I'm gonna save this somewhere. Maybe actually on the desktop. JM Game Development Iteration Foundation Essential. Now it's saved on the desktop. I still think I need to put this in easier words and think about it some more and put it on the whiteboard so I remember it and I can connect it to the other things like no human goal, leverage AI to finish the game ASAP, game features ASAP. And then I think it's time for exercise to train. All features playable. Okay. Maybe we could divide it in 4 weeks or something. All features equals playable. Improve quality. Improve quality. I think it's too naive to think like it needs to be more rooted. Yeah, somehow. Because improving quality takes more, like reconnecting a different AI model or something. It might be easy, it might take a long time. But this is one version of the plan at least. All features, playable, improve quality, nice, beautiful, 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 then all content. Full game. And then AQ, improve quality. Beautiful full game. Or like that. Research plan full root goal, yeah, rar. I don't like that name anymore because I'm removing the human part, kind of. Full tree of tree plan of AI and software. Find good enough tools and test to get high quality. So not just AI, but which AI? Local model? Server model? And if server model, which and budget? Like generate character image specific models software and test to get IQ. Local cloud model HQ and then time to generate and then cost to something like that, 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 something like that. Okay. I also wrote a note to remember to summarize the text document to the whiteboard. So I remember why I decided to work iteratively to build a version of the game. Continuous deployment it's called, or continuous delivery. My neighbor got a visitor. I'm gonna put this on my little there. I don't know what to do about this little GPU local inference. I'll just put it there for now. And I could work some more, or I could do some more, but I think the right thing to do is to exercise. Wait, what about the bigger plan? Right, I don't need the bigger plan, because I'm gonna do specific tasks in calendar. I don't need the bigger plan on the whiteboard, that's what I mean. I'm also gonna I'm gonna cut off September and October. So I really need to focus. Like, probably not be able to stream. That kind of focus. Boom! And actually, maybe even I need to go super developer, which means I don't care about when I go to sleep or when I wake up. That's kind of dedication. That's, if I remember correctly, if I allow myself to sleep whenever I feel like sleeping, when I'm sleepy, and I wake up whenever I feel like I wake up, then I feel happy to wake up and happy to work. So then I just wake up and I get to work, and I work all the time until I need some kind of break. And then I just take a break, usually to eat, and then I just fall asleep. Maybe I don't think that's correct. I think I exhaust my mind to the point where I need some where I need some freedom. But if I work this super developer way, I feel, if I do it successfully, I actually feel free doing it. So I don't think I need free time, because I'm free. But anyway, if I go into that mode, I become extremely productive. I get a lot of shit done extremely fast. Like, I amaze myself how fast I get shit done. And that's why I'm taking it really slow now, and thinking about the plans, making sure I'm aligning my developer canon towards exactly the right goal before I decide to shoot. Because if I'm slightly misaligned, I will miss the target with my. Yeah. And I'm not gonna stream when I do that, because I'm not in an educational mode. I'm not in a communication mode. I'm not in a mode where I translate my thoughts into words that a specific audience might understand. So I'm not using my mind to try to simulate what would be good words for this audience to use so that they would understand. That takes a lot of brain power. Instead, I just don't talk, and I just focus all my energy towards making shit done. But in order to do that, I need to have set up a stability, like having food and all this stuff. And I kind of have food. Well, I might have food for the rest of the time, but it doesn't really matter, because if I don't, it's not something I can't handle later on. I think it's one of those things that might be better to handle later on, when the time comes, because the time might never even come. Another interesting thing is that yesterday I just had one egg. Usually I eat 8 eggs, I eat 4 in my soup and then 4 in an omelette with yogurt and butter and stuff. But yesterday I just ate my soup with this egg and I didn't feel craving at the end of the day. Which is very interesting. I'm going to cut my nails. I think cutting nails should be an outside activity, because then you don't need to pick up any kind of nail. Now I do it on top of this garbage can. And I try to keep the nails from flicking all over the place. Have a simple technique. First of all, I cover the nail clipper on the sides so it doesn't flick, and then I do 3 cuts, one on the side here and one in the center and one on the side. But that creates these 2 edges, so I just take care of these edges, the small edges, and that's good enough. It makes it a very robotic process where I don't have to use my cognitive processes because it's a system. Now I'm done with cutting my nails. Now it's time for a workout. I feel a little bit good. I feel like I have eliminated karma. At least one idea of karma that I have. One of my nails is a little bit pointy. Karma, the most interesting perspective of karma that really grounded it and made it's not magical, is karma is homework. And I can really feel, like there's a feeling there. In school, when I got homework and I came home and I didn't do the homework, I felt like there was something hanging over me. And I think this is karma. It means I'm not free. It means I don't feel like I have deserved freedom or something. It might be completely psychological. It might be completely internal to a human. Just because someone gives you math homework doesn't mean you have to do it. But if you believe you have to do it, like, yeah. Anyway, so there's this state, there's this feeling you can feel when you have karma. When you have something you feel like you should have done, or you should be doing, or you should finish, but you're not doing it, you haven't done it, etc., etc. I think it can be related to the feeling of having a dirty home and thinking you need to clean the home. I just noticed some dust, for example. Like, I think I have some karma there, in that I haven't cleaned my home. But I feel like I've kind of found the solution to a lot of problems regarding my game, and connecting it to the complexity of superintelligence and a lot of things. So I feel like I've released some homework. I feel like I've released some karma, and that's why I feel like kind of a little bit relaxed now, that I could cut my nails, that I can listen to the nothingness that is right now. Partially. And yeah, now I'm going to train. I'm going to train aerobics with Jane Fonda, the aerobics that I usually do like twice a week, no, once a week. It is this one, Jane Fonda's original workout, follow along with classic step. And it's not 1 hour and 46, it's actually less. It ends here. No, it ends before. There. At 35 minutes it ends. And it's 34 minutes. It's really good. This one is really good. You really feel like you've done a workout when you've done this. And well, I'm gonna have to turn off the microphone because I'm gonna put it on TV and do it. And yeah, I'm gonna have the camera pointed towards the window like it is now. So I'm just gonna do something like this. Actually, you should show the title down there. So, if anyone wants to see what I'm saying, you can see it. And I will be back quite exhausted. And I guess I will skip caffeine completely today. See ya. Now that was a good workout. It didn't get everything out of my head. It usually does. But now I'm focusing extra on remembering what I have previously been doing. So I guess I'm fighting against myself. Now I think the best decision is probably to take a shower and then make food. Yeah. First I'm gonna drink some water. found an activity to do while I was staring into the abyss. Folding laundry. Unfortunately, I cannot do that every day. I also got a bit happy in the shower for a while, and I was thinking of why, and it's probably just because I did the aerobic training. That's mainly it, probably. But I was thinking about how happy I am to be able to work on this game, and it's like it feels like easy in some way. Yeah, I don't remember much more than that. I also didn't do super hot today. I just did 36 degrees Celsius, I think. Now I feel like eating carbs. I will probably take a glass of milk, take some alcar, and make food. Yeah. The neighbors are doing something. Time to cook. It's producing chilies. Three chilies, one flower that might become chili, and then maybe more flowers, I don't know. I'll see if I can substitute my eggs with sesame seeds. I think I made the sesame potassium discovery yesterday, and I ate like a half a deciliter of sesame seeds, and I think that's why I didn't need as much egg as I usually eat. So I'm gonna try to eat as much sesame seeds as I want today and see if that eliminates a little need for eggs. Roasted sesame seeds, dash of olive oil, a dash of vinegar, salt. That's it. That's it. Lightly roasted. Roasted until I heard one of them pop, pop, and then I took it off. The main reason I add liquid is because it becomes easier to eat. Otherwise it's flying all over the place. With liquid it becomes more sticky. Now I have something to eat while I wait for the food to cool. One thing I also skipped yesterday was my second dose of creatine. I forgot about it. The cooking is done. One thing also, if I don't consume carbs, if I consume less carbs, especially less sugars, like sugar in milk, I will feed less bacteria that feeds on this, and I will feel less craving for sugar later. So consuming this milk might be not the best choice, because I'm feeding the bacteria that eat sugar, short chain carbohydrates, I guess. I'm gonna ask AI. What? I was sure sesame seed contained all of the necessary. I've been saying that for a long time. What? Now they are saying it has all of the essentials. All 9 essential amino acids. And here sesame seeds lack essential acid lysine. Okay, let's be specific. Okay, they have a low. %. Is that that's 1 tablespoon? Okay. What if I eat 100 grams. How many grams of this? This might be 100 grams. 72%. I just need to eat 300 300 grams, 400 grams. Then I have all of the essential amino acids. Lysine. Okay, so I'm not getting enough lysine from a sesame seed thing. And if I compare it with egg, soft boiled eggs, just boiled eggs, not hard boiled. It doesn't say. Oh. Let's do scrambled. One egg. It's also not, well, it's got more lysine, but like 4 eggs or 100 grams of sesame seeds, I don't think that's comparable. Like maybe 2 eggs. It's the double the amount. Okay. And then on top of that, I'm eating milk. Well, I'm not going to eat milk the whole month because I'm going to run out of milk. Approximately 3 eggs per day I will get. So that's fine. One apple. What about the other stuff? Vitamins. Minerals, vitamins. Okay. Okay. A lot of iron from sesame seeds, apparently. What? What? Am I not getting enough potassium? Boiled potatoes, 2. What? I might not get enough potassium. Damn. I don't even know if I have enough potassium at home. Okay, I got spinach. How do you compare raw? Oh, raw contains less potassium. Why should it be drained? It's not drained. Boiled. Drain. But I'm not draining it, I'm eating it. It's a soup. Raw water spinach. Cooked water. This must be something else, like water spinach, Malabar spinach, mustard spinach, New Zealand spinach. Not sure if that's the same as the thing I'm eating. Spinach soup. Maybe that's more close. Just with water. Daily value. It has to be daily value. Oh, 2000 calories is full bar. Okay. 78 grams full bar. Okay. 50 grams of protein every day. Is that enough? With sesame seeds I get enough iron. Plenty of iron. Calcium okay. Potassium is low still. Dill pickles. Maybe that's why people love to eat dill pickles. Because of the potassium. Seems like low potassium might be epidemic. Might be a lot of people that don't get. But this is strange, like this one potassium rich food, and it's completely different from this. Come on, what's happening? Completely different from this. Banana seems to be a lot. Potato. One milligram per 165 gram. I feel like there should be some food that contains like almost only potassium. Citrus juices. Why does it take forever to load? Oh, different forms of potassium. Interesting. Come on, why is it really that low res? On Instagram? Beans, apricots, clams, beets, avocado, lentils, asparagus. I have two of these, and these are, I think it's quite full. I've got enough to drink one of these every day. Rehydrate. I prefer not to do it because I don't want the dextrose and saccharose and acid. I just want the potassium kalium. This is 18%, 360 milligrams. This might be necessary to use up as an emergency if I can't get potassium. Here's my daily lake. I got a certain insight about companies and leadership, that a company has to be a leader in society. It creates resources and processes, and it has to be leading in its, it has to be frontier to survive. Because if you can get the stuff for free, then you wouldn't pay a company to get it from a company. Okay. There was no potassium in my multivitamin pill. And I don't think there's potassium in my omega-3. Oh, I feel so tired, I don't want to go to the kitchen. Yeah, nothing in the omega-3 about potassium. What else do I have in my little mix here? Somewhere I've written down all the things I eat. I just want to find some source of potassium, or I guess I had to brute force through all of the things that I eat and see if I get enough potassium through my regular meals. That's my creatine. And if I don't, then I'll have to supplement with the rehydrate tablet. Especially now when we're coming into hot months. I'm gonna sweat out potassium. It says beans and lentils. Actually, let's check the things I already eat. I do eat meat. Ground beef. Broiled. What's broiled? Okay. Well, it's boiled. Cooked. Pork. Beef stock that contains a bunch of potassium. This ground beef, minced, lean meat, fat, loaf cooked, baked. I think it's something like that. Not a lot of potassium either, but it adds up to something. Can I just press this button to see the total? Potassium 76%. What else do I have? Olive oil. I don't think it contains. Yeah, no potassium. Apple cider vinegar. Does it contain any potassium? No. Garlic. Kind of. It's slightly heated, it's not really cooked. No potassium. Ginger. No potassium. Liver. Ground. Pork, not raw. Pork, liver, cooked. Something like that. Got some potassium there. And hopefully you got a lot of B12 from that one. One. Where's the B12 there? 661%. 85 grams. I don't think it's that much. I think it's 10 grams or 20, something like that. Yeah, that's enough. But B12, I also get it from this. Number 6, beef ground. Okay, that's news. From the other source it didn't contain, well, it does contain less than half of the liver. and I wanted a double dosage. This also contains a lot of B12. Sesame seeds. What? Sesame seeds contain B12? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's get back to potassium comparison. What else do I eat? I guess this might not be accurate because this one says 1 cup of broccoli soup. But I guess, yeah, that's around what I get every day in soup, spinach 1 cup. Maybe a little bit more than this. What else do I eat? Yogurt. I will not be able to eat yogurt the whole time. Let's ask Gemini. I suspect I won't be getting enough potassium. I have 50 sec to spend to get as much as possible. I can only shop on Coop in Sweden. In Jörn. What should I do? I'm not asking what should I buy. I'm asking what should I do, because that's open up. Like if I say what should I buy, then I will get specifically what should I buy, but what should I do? It might suggest something. Don't think so, but okay, potatoes. Potatoes. How many potatoes per day? Let's compare it to the nutrition comparison here. The recommendation is 3,400 milligrams of potassium. I need to consume 3.8 medium potatoes with skin. Yes. So about 4. I need to double my potato intake to eat 4 potatoes instead of 2. But if I increase this one, boiled potatoes, from 2 to 4, I don't think, yeah, it will not be enough. It's a 2, how much per day? 3,000, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can send this to Gemini and see. This calculation says that 4 potatoes won't be enough. Ah, the full bore is 4,700. I need approximately 9 potatoes per day. That's why people want to eat so much potatoes, because they contain so much potassium. Can't I just buy like potassium powder? Potassium fortified salt. Celtine. Kalium, 40% kalium. This is what I have at home. No potassium. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. That is very interesting. So how much of Celtine do I need to consume to get potassium? Precautions, medical safety. Potassium is highly sensitive. Existing killing because it takes 22.4 grams of Celtine. What does this? $19 milliliters. Interesting. I wonder if my other salt that I found contains potassium. This Sevan multi alkrida. It doesn't say. Just says ingredients. It says salt, but it doesn't say. What's the time? It's 17:38 on a Sunday. It's not open now. But if I look at this, then I can get an estimation of where I am. Something like this. I forgot to update that one. Something like this. And that is a total of 3,600 milligrams, 77. One gram, 1,000 milligrams, that's 1 gram. Which means I need just under 1 teaspoon. Interesting. One teaspoon. But this is a lot of salt to take in one go. I'll replace the salt that I use. And maybe I can combine this with my sesame seeds. Eat more sesame seeds. Well, now I know how much I need. I forgot something. I also eat a jalapeno per day and sauerkraut. Forgot to add it. Doesn't seem. Yeah, I installed That's too bad. Maybe I ate 100 grams, maybe I get 170 milligrams. That's the same as this one. So 4, like an apple. Okay. I'm gonna also take rehydrate for now, because I can't get something today. This is 360 milligrams potassium. Same as the beef stock. So still not enough for the day. Am I low? Maybe I can check that as well. Low potassium effects. Hypokalemia. Heart, nerves and muscles. Muscular weakness and fatigue. I've got that. Cramps, spasm. I don't have that. Paralysis. I don't have that. I actually do have a form of paralysis in my left front leg here. I think it's because I was stretching one time too much. There were a couple of days where I felt like something under the skin was breaking. And I got a little bit of... Now I have a permanent numbness in front of my leg here. Not in this leg, I don't think. Diaphragm and respiratory. Okay. Irregular rhythms. I kind of had irregular rhythms last night in my heart. I don't understand this one. Constipation. Maybe. Kind of. A little bit. Reduce insulin sensitivity, potentially increase glucose. Yeah, I think I have a deficiency in potassium. No, not new. Why is it so slow? Is there another option even better? Maybe I should put it on the big brain. Yeah, I don't want high sodium intake. Legumes. Should I get, and how much do I need to cover all my potassium needs? White beans, eh? Beans. .4 cups of cooked beans. Let's go back to how much I'm under. I need 1 gram. One cup. Celtine 500 milligrams for 26, yeah. And then 480 grams of zeta stora vitamin. Well, you need this amount of things added to each day for 20 days. Actually, it's 90 days. This is interesting. Like, the science of it might lead to a good tasting recipe, which makes sense. The body knows what it wants. It makes sense why they eat so much beans in Mexico. Because it's very hot, they need to sweat. They're sweating out the potassium. They need to add in potassium. Beans have a lot of potassium. $25 grams. 1.5 tablespoons. Just under 1 level teaspoon. It's basically the same, since the white beans doesn't contain a lot of potassium compared to the salt. Limit of sodium is 2500. Am I getting too much sodium? Sugars, saturated fat, cholesterol, corn fat, calories. Sodium. Shouldn't there be a max sodium? %. It's saying 2300, so not more than 200 milligrams more of sodium. And this new protocol will add 960 milligrams. It's gonna be an overdose on sodium to get enough potassium. Oh, 2 kilograms of loose potatoes for 22 seconds. Whoa. 1/2 a tablespoon. But this diet will instead increase my carb intake a lot, since I will be eating 105 grams extra potato. Okay, let's look into and research the potato and salty mix solution instead. Right now I consume sodium in my diet. Potatoes or grams. So it's just one more potato. Potato is pretty cheap. Exactly 3.16 grams. Since you know that they are consuming 2121 milligrams of sodium daily, we need to look at how this changes. Electrolyte balance. It adds 620 pure sodium to my day. So the new value is 2731 milligrams. Standard intake says maximum is 2300. This to offset this slight sodium, but make sure you're still well hydrated. Will hydration let me sweat out more sodium? It's gonna say yes, but what I really want to know if it's gonna sweat. Oh, okay, I know exactly. Oh, it helps excess sodium through urine. Analyzing potato prices, analyzing banana value, maximizing budget allocation, refining part. Just over half a teaspoon. .66 milliliter. That's an improvement. Still a lot. This is a milliliter. So 2.5 of these, or to make it simple, just 2, I think, because 3 is gonna be so salty. I guess if we do 1 per meal, if I have 3 meals. But also it might be more complex, because if I might get not enough iodine, because I don't do the iodine, do the salt with iodine. But this might have iodine as well. That's iodine. Okay. Okay, that's eating food and thinking about nutrition. So one more potato and saltine. Two milliliters. One more potato and should I say just 2 milliliters? What if I eat 2 potatoes? How much saltine do I need? What? How can it go? What? I'm gonna need to buy more potatoes. It's 38 small potatoes, but it breaks my budget. Kind of. I think I have 20. Yeah, I have a 20. I have 20 crowns. I see. I'm lacking 4 crowns. I had 4 crowns there. So it's possible. Okay. Two potatoes. You're saying it contains about, so I'm gonna eat 2 more potatoes. That's 1,000. Wait a minute. These potatoes are tiny. 2 to a half? 2 to 1 divided by half? Those potatoes are tiny. Maybe I'm getting enough. getting dazed. I think it's from eating food. My blood is going to the stomach and making my brain less effective. 136. What the fuck does this mean? $2.5. 2.5. It's not 2 to 1 divided by 2, and it's not 2 minus 1 divided by 2, and it's not 2 to 1.5. It's not 2 to 1/2. They're adding it up. So anyway, .8 centimeters. That is definitely a small potato. Wait. Now it says 1.5 inch. Oh my god. 63 centimeters. 2.5 inches is 26. What? $6.35. Okay. That is a potato. Yeah, those are the size of potatoes that I ate. Okay. More than a deciliter. That's almost 2 deciliters. .28 grams, so yeah, that's more like it. 2 boiled potatoes. %. 4 milliliters. Can afford 2 potatoes, so we can lower the setting. Okay. This feels like it might taste okay. Well, it's gonna taste pretty salty, to be honest. Two milliliter saltine, 2 potatoes. Buy saltine and 40 potatoes or 38 potatoes. That's the result. I'll start that plan tomorrow. And now I feel tired. Why do I feel suddenly so tired? Didn't I sleep well? I thought I slept well for a long time. I went to bed like 22, 23. I couldn't sleep for a while, but I slept for until 12:30 and I felt good. I feel like eating some sugar, like grape or apple. I think I'm gonna do, wait, I think I'm gonna do that. And I think I'm gonna just eat the rest of that. I think I'm gonna eat the rest of that. Then cacao. Then fruit. $38 potatoes. package contains 900 grams. How many grams did I need? For potato. $200 grams total. Let's see. I'm gonna check my receipt for when I bought potato. $3 for 10 each. $10 crowns for 90 grams. That's 0.1 crown per gram times 220 time. That's daily. 24 crowns per day on potatoes. That doesn't add up. Did I do it reverse? No. 9 grams per crown. Yeah. How much? 220 per day times 19 days. That's 4 kilo. And divide that by 900 grams each. That's 4.6 packages. Yeah, sounds about right. And then times 10. That is 46. That's a completely different calculation. That's strange. How? Why didn't my first calculation work? 10 crowns per 90. No, not 90. 900 grams. That's what it is. That's what it is. Times. That's 1 day, 2 crowns, and this is 19 days. That's 46. Cool. So I'll buy 4 packages or 5 packages. 5 packages with the potato. Of these packages down here. 1, okay, that's 1 more liter, should be 6 liters. Okay. Some potatoes. 5 packages of these potatoes and saltine. Oh, I almost showed something that I shouldn't show. Sometimes I've been taking images of me to look at my biology, how it changes from year to year, or not year to year, but okay. So 1 saltine, 5 potato bags. Put them on my little dashboard there. What's interesting is just this is plan A, and I also have backup, which is pre-made omelette. This is 8 eggs and some milk. It was previously frozen, now I thawed it from yesterday, so I'm gonna eat some of this later today. But I don't have enough for that to last the whole month or 19 days, so I have the other plan. The liquid is the most nutritious. I feel really good after drinking the liquid. B12 is water soluble, so there's a lot of vitamin B in that liquid. And all the spices are in that. The olive oil with sour vinegar and a bunch of other vitamins, water soluble vitamins, came from the food when boiling. This is also something I usually eat every day. Milk and frozen blueberries. I mix in my cacao mix. Got something stuck in my teeth from the apple. maybe got it out, I don't know. Felt a piece of apple got jammed in under the gum. A very small piece. So small that I don't feel it anymore. Or maybe I got it out, I don't know. I feel like scrolling TikTok. Some kind of break like that. It's kind of almost like a sleep from all of this work. And it activates a different part of the brain which will inhibit the other part of the brain, which is AI, all of those stuff, game development. I think that's in general what happens in social situations, social media as well. You get to be distracted by a lot of different small ideas, non-serious ideas, some serious slightly, but you want something that doesn't put you in a effort mode. Executive function. I think the executive function wants to rest. Frontal lobe. And I honestly think that TikTok is a way to get news. Did I watch the... I haven't watched that one. I can watch that one. It will not be the same level of relaxation, but watching the latest on Jacob's channel, watching the Google deal. I'm gonna watch this, and I don't know if I can share the video. If I cover the a little bit more. If they say something that I want to comment on, then I'll Mhm. This is very interesting. Elon is saying it's easier to make AI data centers in space than it is to make the Starlink internet connectivity in space. I don't have time for politics. What was the other videos? Did I see this one? Yeah. There was something interesting with this one. Don't remember what it was. Maybe this channel has something interesting to say. All of these futures will probably happen, more or less. I don't know if this is gonna help me. I was thinking what should I really be doing? What should I really be aiming to do, to achieve? A strange form of honesty. Here's my Facebook. What's a line of fiction that lives rent-free in your mind? Beautiful pixel art. Interesting. I'm a software engineer, completed 10 years of professional experience this year. I started my career as a web front-end engineer. It was easy for me to debug front-end code back then, so I chose that path. Working a bunch of different things. Learned a lot. About these different areas. Was obvious to focus on becoming an expert on the domain. Okay, is that it? LLMs are rolling my software engineering. I don't know what to do. Rolling. Your model that we tested had at least there's no way to do it. So without there's minutes, no thank you. They had been reasoning through all the options. This is a nice map. Very good map, I think. Africa is such a big place. This makes me think about the game, making things. I wonder what quality they have in this video.
Hi, I'm a virtual avatar. Want to create one like me?
I don't know about that. It could work for the game. It's not high quality, but it is a character that's saying things. Working with granite, interesting. Victor, apparently some new AI. This looks like almost 3D animated. This looks very nice. Wow. That's very nice. A whole row. A lot of people. I think is this a movie? Everything is kind of clean. It's not sterile, but everything is clean everywhere. It's like a stage. Everything is a stage. I wonder if we can take inspiration from this to the game. Okay. Dude doing military stuff. Oh! They moved the gym. Nice. They just moved it like 100 meters. But still moved. I think this is a much better spot. I don't think this space is used for anything. It's too bumpy. Otherwise it could be used as basket or something. But I think this is good. Boring joke. Beautiful. Someone is doing something. Plumbing. Trees. Yeah. Yeah. I also have been doing this. Use Cloud Call, remote control, and this detection OpenAI Whisperer. I basically only sit down to my desk when I want to manually play around with the software I'm building. But for prompting and giving feedback, I am a lot less distracted while walking and talking to my phone. A step counter and loves this over sitting. I genuinely love that this is becoming a valid way to work. Cloud Call with remote control or co-work with chats. Okay. Decent dictation keyboard with OpenAI Whisper. Yeah. I should probably connect that. I haven't been connecting. Yeah, I have. In Telegram, I talk to my AI. And it uses Whisper as well to translate it to text and then do things. Okay. I think that's enough scrolling. Not really any gems. And I was thinking of going to another place to scroll, which is TikTok. But I don't think I'm gonna stream that. I need to somehow reset my mind, get clarity in my mind. So I can go back to work. Technically I could continue working with something. There are many things I can do. But the hard thing to do, like when I'm in this state, it takes a long time to prioritize, figure out what to do. I don't know if that's fixable. Can I just think, brute force, think my way until I have something? Maybe I can. I can talk to AI about my new system and my priorities. I have one thing to do. I need to summarize this note to the whiteboard. I think I can do that. I'm gonna put it on the... Let's see where it ended up. Okay, it's there. Can I do like F9? If I select that, what can I do? Alt enter? What? No. F11? No. I actually don't need to see much more. I can see the text, so. And you can see the text as well. I guess I can listen to something that might give me some more this might be the right thing to listen to, but I need to make sure that it's not on the TV, so it's not this will have to do, it's calm, it's calm. That's the main thing I need now. This is what I'm listening to. But I need to see I can't see the whole thing. Almost the whole thing I can see. I could remove some rows. There we go. Can't see if you are seeing. Whatever. Summarize JM game dev TXT whiteboard to remember why I choose to work iteratively. I started to question that rule, but I'm not gonna do that now. Game development in the case of Journey Stadium must simplify the complexity of doing the whole game at once. If I made a similar game before, then I would know what to do in what order. E.g. writing the whole story, then making art, then making code. But I do not know the correct order. The process becomes more of an innovative process. The process becomes an iterative iteration instead. The most easy way to do it would probably be just to print that and put it up there. But it's better to have a summary. I don't know if I can do a summary in my brain right now. The title is I have to make the whole game at once. I don't really have to, but that's kind of the let's not have rules at all, just make the whole game at once. The key points are that I might get distracted. So maybe don't get distracted by focusing first on writing the story, then art, then code, because I don't know what needs to be done. I can't write. Okay, now we lost connection. That's strange. It's right there. Okay, now we gain the connection again. If I write the full narrative first, dedicating a month I still have to put it into the game prototype and then maybe rewrite. AKA wasting, deleting the work I now lost, deleting the work I did when I thought I could write the whole narrative. This is a long iteration. It's better to have short iterations. Iterate to make builds of the game for these goals. And then I'll have a table here where I'll have the goals ranked, 4 goals ranked in order. Number 1, all fear to rest. Ugly. Playable. Ugly, but feature complete. I just realized why this was already in the plan before, but I didn't formulate it in this way, and I had put all of this planning on the shelf while working on Proactive Body, because my idea was I'll make money on Proactive Body and then I can focus on this, and then I'll have money to put into inference to make the game. But it didn't lead to money, so now I'm just behind in the game. I intended to do this plan when I moved in, after I moved in and got settled, and it's now I'm settled, so now it's the time to do this plan. And obviously it's the same plan as before, but fine-tuned, simplified, scoped to perfection. All features playable, ugly but feature complete. Vertical slice. I don't like that word, but it's not vertical slice. Well, it's horizontal slice. I don't know. It's feature complete. That's it. We focus on feature. I have to remember this. And this is why I also need the other stages to separate them from this stage. Number 2, quality complete. Bearut de följande playable feature complete. I underline feature complete because it's focused on. No? I need to remember it's not the whole game, and then comes all content. Full playable game, not unflawed, or what do you call it? What's a good word? Not ugly, but unpolished. Now I have to erase this research plan part. Just moving things around to get some space for the fourth. Beautiful full game. Beautiful full game. Feature. Let's iterate. Let's just repeat. It's feature complete. It is full content. Content complete. Content complete. Complete. Content complete. Und polish complete. I just need to leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. easy to do. But I also need to be realistic. It's easy for me to think 3 months at a time. Let's put August und September as buffer. I am starting to feel positive about this plan. It is probably a combination of the great food I eat, the cocoa I eat, the fruit I eat, and the plan I have prepared. Crap. I got the wrong place because I am too relaxed. Wait. No, wait. Yes. I have to put information somewhere about August and September. Is it even possible to do all of this work just in July? Maybe if I got enough AI inference. Maybe if plan in June is real good. Maybe if every is tested, all parts tested, just need connecting or something. Maybe game design finished, prepared, just need send game design document. I just destroyed this. August, September got destroyed. I am really pressed for time. If I do iterative process, then I will have something in July. Let's do good job. I think cacao is necessary for my good health. I missed drinking cacao this morning. Leverage AI to finish the game. Gaem. Let's do manifestation techniques. I will have a game in time. The game will be done in time. With iterative process, you will have a game in time. Here. Selectively pick select specific AI and software for each goal. Don't study theory. It's better to have positively framed. Select specific AI and software for each goal. Research until a proven quality is found without testing. Only reading. seeing demo. Det är allredan redan som plays övelse. This information go here. All this. This is philosophy. Did I summarize this? Make the whole game at once. Actually, let's move this first here. Leaf executor can be software or can be AI. Software can be either installed or developed. AI can be local or cloud. Can it deliver high quality results? Important. Time. How much time until dawn? Cost. How much cost? Easy compare. Must be a yes. Must fit time limit, time line. Must fit budget. Good. Perfect. Easy. I know new big task. Complete. Yeah, actually, wait. Not yet. What? Often when I get pressed on time, I usually start to think about sprints and scrum and agile. That is usually actually quite good way. Let's do philosophy. fin. Okay, good. Now I go back to double check. Game development in the case of Your Mysterium must simplify the complexity of doing the whole game at once. If I had made similar game before, then I would know what to do in what order. E.g. writing the whole story, then making art, then making code. But I do not know the correct order. So the process become more of an innovative process. The process becomes an iteration instead. Each iteration produces a playable build. Each iteration iterate to make builds of the game for these goals. Every iteration produces a build. A reviewable build. Playable build becomes better and better until time runs out, and that is the final polished game. This is important. Playable build becomes better and better until time runs out, and that is the final polished game. music is not really noir anymore. It's some kind of, I don't know if it ever was noir. It's more like some kind of, what is it called, hip hop or trip hop, jazz trip hop or something. The rhythm is very steady, which is not in noir. I need different music for the rest. Oh, I've listened for 1 hour. I've been in a flow state for 1 hour. That was amazing. Yeah, I did not know time was passing that fast. Interesting. I think it's the first time I've caught a real flow state on a stream. This one is really good. I've been listening to this over and over several times because it inspires me a lot to work on the game. But it's quite intense. So if I'm gonna go with that one, I need a silent break. I'm tired. Maybe this is one of those days where I actually work all day until I fall asleep. But usually those kinds of days, they kind of push the freedom forward. So someday I just need freedom. And I will just take the freedom. If I wanted to, I could probably fall asleep now. It's 28. How long have I been streaming? Just for 6 hours. That's nothing. Did I start at 14? 10? I guess. Let's see what happens if I push this. Let's see if we have this. Music makes me kind of want to watch James Bond, but not James Bond, but something else that is just as good, but it's another movie. It also makes me hungry for something. I'm not sure what. Maybe milk, maybe water. But I feel also quite full of food. I just drank some water. The playable build becomes better and better until time runs out, and that is the final polished game. The AI Workflow Challenge. Since features are gradually added and improved upon, AI must have access to change all files. This makes it problematic, since the AI can change files it should not touch. So how do we enforce the sandbox when we don't know what files it needs to touch? AI will create the sandbox. AI will present a detailed plan of what files to touch and why. And this is why I developed the hierarchy. The hierarchy of context. Of what you can handle. Or what you can change. I want to be able to make the game in a living way, where I don't have to decide every scene of the game, because that makes, if I decide now every scene of the game and how it connects, that's just like writing the whole narrative and expecting it to work in the game. Instead, I want to make the game in a dynamic way. That's why I created the hierarchy. The root goal hierarchy. That's why it's dynamic. That's why I have things like developing software as part of it. Where a piece of software would basically be a feature in the bigger software, like a button where I can select or get, create a new scene, and the complexity grows because AI could potentially do this. But the problem becomes the inference. Previously I've been thinking that I wanted to make a game engine, but I've always kind of pushed that idea, like idolized it, said it's too much work. But rethinking what a game engine is, and thinking of it like, I'm not making a game engine, but I'm making something that has the user interface of a game engine, and it's built on top of the game engine, which is Godot. So I'm making my own game engine on top of Godot. And this game engine it uses Godot as a tool, but it uses in a strictly designed way to make the kind of games that I'm making right now. So it cannot create first-person shooters, it cannot create card games, it cannot create all the things that you can create in Godot. So it's it limits and focuses the work. But the goal is not to make many games. The goal is to make it easier to make a high quality game in time. The root goal system is the basis for, what do you call it? Let me ask AI what I should call it. Who should I ask? Let's see if Grok is available. I'm making a kind of game engine, but I don't want to use the word game engine, because what I'm doing is basically I'm taking the Godot game engine and I'm making a piece of software that uses Godot as backend to make a game which is specifically has a set of game mechanics which are point and click and combined with 3D driving. It's basically a detective point and click game that is played out in a real city. So it has a 3D model of the city where you drive around and you come to these scenes which are 2D, and there you can act like the detective and solve things. And that's basically like the core of the game, like the game mechanics. And the idea is that this piece of software, this new kind of layer on top of the game engine Godot, is a new kind of layer of software, and it connects to different AIs to generate images, and it makes it easy for a game designer or a game developer to make this kind of game and iterate on all of the assets in the game in a much easier way. So instead of manually clicking I need a new scene in the Godot program and dragging in stuff or using a template, I basically have just a simple button in my software where I click new scene, boop, and it populates it with the background and the necessary mechanics and everything without me needing to see any code or anything. So it's like a new layer of on top. And I'm wondering what kind of word I should use for this thing, because I don't feel like calling it a game engine, because that, yeah, it's something I'm not making a game engine, because all of the foundational stuff comes from the Godot game engine. I use the recording feature, not the speaking to it feature, because then first of all I can select everything and copy it, and then I can, well, in Grok I can't really choose another model, but thinking about your request, brainstorming name for the Godot blah blah blah. Brainstorming alternative names. I kind of want both a general name for this kind of software, but also I want a specific name for my authoring tool or game authoring tool. Other strong options: specialized editor or niche editor, game builder, content studio, development kit, creator suite, workflow layer, orchestration layer, authoring tool. Is industry standard for stuff like this. Think Adventure Game Studio, Twine or Bitsy. It fits perfectly for point-and-click post-driving detected games with AI integration. Avoid engine, framework, platform, pick one. City Detective authoring tool. You're on the right track. I like the way you're thinking, but we need something more that explains more clearly what it is. Because for a game engine, it's pretty sure, like, it is related to game development. It has the word game, and the word engine really nails the rest of it, which is, this is the core part of what makes something run. So it's a really good name, game engine, for game engines. But in our case we need a new name, but I think we need to use the word game in this new word to make, like, because it is very like the whole point of it is to make a game. But maybe we can call it, I don't know, a game factory or something. Game builder could potentially work, but it would be nice to have something that really nails that it is a layer on top of a game engine, to make specific types of games using a game engine. A game engine can make many types of games, but making a software that speaks to this game engine to make a specific type of game easier. Like a set of tools made for the game engine, but packaged in one piece of software. So you can make everything in one piece of software. I don't quite like I kind of like authoring tool, but that, like, if I hear someone say authoring tool, I will not think about games at all. And authoring, I don't know about that word. It's pretty complex word or something. And I don't know, I wouldn't call it a tool, because it's really going to be a full set of tools to make a whole game. It's going to automate everything that needs to be done, like putting in audio, putting in images, putting in animations, putting in cutscenes, putting in scenes, putting in 3D models. All of this will be done through this software. Forge, Game Forge, Game Factory, Game Forge. Game Builder, Game Crafter, Game Weaver, Game Architect. Good suggestions, but Game Forge, I feel like that's maybe someone is already using it for some special piece of software. And I kind of like Game Architect, but it doesn't sound like a piece of software. It sounds like a role in a game dev company that a human has. But I also kind of like the idea, can we go into other areas? Like if we step outside of the box of game development, what can we see there in when we have something that works like an engine and it is useful and you can make stuff on it, but then you make a piece of software that then is on top and becomes the front end, the new front end, to just make something specific with this piece of software. Like, can we see any other kind of areas, any other industries or whatever? Can we take some inspiration from there? What examples do we have? Game studio or detective studio? Strong fits from other industries. CAD, BIM world, they use authoring tool or modeling environment on top of render engines like game engines for Wiz. Examples: Revit plugins, Twinmotion, Unreal based, City Builder or Scene Studio. Web, no code, Bubble, Webflow, Adalo. App Builder, no code platform, Game Builder, AI Game Studio. Content creation, Photoshop templates, product templates, GameKit, Forge Studio, manufacturing design, digital twin factory. That's from what I've previously been talking to it about. Configurator, AI plus one click, game configurator, narrative forge, top recommendation, Game Studio. Alternative Nexus Studio for studios. Just to be clear here, I'm looking for two things at once. Both the generic kind of term that can be applied to any kind of software that does the same thing in games, on top of game engines. Like if someone else make some software that is top of some game engine, I want to be able to call that thing the same thing as I call my thing. You know, a common, just a word, a category for these kinds of things. That's what I'm after. I'm not after some kind of specific company name or something like that. Also, game studio will definitely not work, because game studio means something completely else. A game studio is a game development company. That's what a game studio is. Game framework, specialized game framework. No, these words won't do. A framework doesn't feel like a piece of software. I've never heard a piece of software being called a framework. A framework it's not dynamic. A framework is something, it's like a theory or something. It's not good. It's better to do something similar, like the word game engine. Engine is taken from a different category, a completely different world, and it is not a theoretical word that can be that is general. Outside of the game development world, an engine is just, it's a piece of machinery in a car or something. A framework exists everywhere. It already exists. A game framework is, it's not a tool or a set of tools that you use. It's not a piece of software. I need you to think outside the box. How important is a name? How important is a word? Now it's under high demand. What does it do? Let's see if another AI can handle it better. Let's go with ChatGPT. Let's do a faster talk. Or should I just copy the... No, I don't feel like doing that. I'm making a... What? I'm developing a piece of software that is going to use a game engine, and it's going to make it easier to develop a specific type of games that this game engine can make, but only a specific type with some specific mechanics. And the idea is that the user interface will be much more simplified and narrow in the functionality, but also in that it will be much faster and easier to make this kind of game, and also to iterate on the parts of the game and to expand and change the game. So I wonder now, what can I call this type of software layer? Because I don't want to call it a game engine.
You're essentially creating a specialized development layer that abstracts and accelerates game creation. In industry parlance, this is often called a game framework or a game toolkit. A framework emphasizes reusable structures and patterns, while a toolkit suggests modular tools for rapid development. Both convey a focus on streamlined workflows, so one of those might fit depending on how you conceptualize it.
I need something better, because I don't want to use the word framework, because that is such an abstract word that can be interpreted in so many different ways. And I don't want to use toolkit, because that is too loosely, it's a bunch of tools. You might need more tools, you might need less tools, but this is more of a unified kind of software thing. Like it's like one tool, but it's more, it's not just one tool, it's yeah.
I see what you mean. You want something that feels like a cohesive environment or a dedicated layer, but not just a collection of parts. You could call it a game design platform, which emphasizes that it's a complete environment for a specific genre. Alternatively, game crafting engine or game blueprint environment might work. Both suggest a guided, unified approach, but still imply structured flexibility.
I like a game design platform that has a certain quality to it.
I'm glad that resonates. It does give it a sense of being a holistic environment, guiding users from concept to iteration. If you need to clarify further, you could also define it with a tagline, something like a game design platform for rapid, genre-specific creation. That could help reinforce the scope and focus.
Can you look up and see if anyone has used the words game design platform, and if they're referring to something else that I'm referring to?
I found that the term game design platform generally refers to a cohesive software environment that simplifies designing, building, and iterating games by abstracting technical details. In your case, it aligns well. It signals a focus on design rather than low-level engine work. Essentially, it gives your users a guided, streamlined environment to rapidly create a specific type of game, like your town-building concept.
Game design platform.
Exactly, so it sounds like you're on solid ground. If the term isn't overly saturated, it gives you a lot of space to define it in your own way. Just make sure you anchor it to your specific genre.
It's not as cool as the word game engine. Like, it doesn't capture the kind of focus that the game engine captures, because game engine is such a solid kind of thing. Like it's a game and it's engine, and engine is something very tangible. But a platform can be so many different things, and design can also be kind of many different things. But yeah, so it's not really, it's like it's not a good word for it, quite, like it's too abstract. It doesn't.
Exactly, it loses that crisp mechanical feel that engine has. If you want something that still conveys that tangible core function, you might consider something like a game engine overlay or a game production engine. Both keep that engine solidity but suggest a layer built on top or a specialized purpose within that engine.
I want to make some new thing instead. Like, you know, when someone came up with calling it a game engine, they were borrowing a word that is tangible from reality, which is the word engine, or like it's something that's borrowed from a completely other domain, and it's not an abstract concept. And I want to make some word like this or a concept like this where it really nails the thing.
That's a great instinct. You want something evocative, anchored in a real-world domain, but that captures the essence of this creative process. Think about the core metaphor of your system. Is it like a forge, a game forge, a loom, a creative loom, or perhaps a catalyst, a game catalyst? The goal is a concrete, familiar thing from a different field that evokes transformational creation.
It makes game development much easier. It makes it possible for you to use several AI agents that will just make things for the game. And it's basically kind of like a whole game studio, but you are one role. But yeah, so it's like a whole thing, and it's much easier. The user interface is super simple. There's no complexity to things. It's very straightforward. There are no real features that need to be developed. All of the features are already developed. You just need to choose images, choose scenes, choose 3D models, choose audio, basically a content. Like what you do is basically you choose a bunch of content, and then you choose, you populate the game mechanics with content. Like the game mechanics are already completed, done. You're just using them, and you're using all of the game mechanics, and you're just choosing like the content, like the context or the assets to fill in, to expand, to fill in this kind of.
That clarity really helps. You're essentially creating a game synthesis engine or a game composition engine. It evokes that idea of assembling a whole game from ready-made pieces, like a composer with a full orchestra, but the orchestra is AI and assets. That kind of metaphor could give you that tangible creative heft while still being different.
Composer is kind of good, but composer is a human role, and we can't use that. We need something that not a human is.
I see. So you want something that feels like a natural force or a tool, not a person. You might go with something like a game fabricator, evoking the idea of weaving or crafting something new. or maybe a game catalyst, suggesting it sparks the whole process. Both are tangible concepts but still rooted in that creative power.
No, that's not quite it either. But game factory could potentially be something, but not quite. But really it makes it possible for a game designer to make a whole game instead of being a programmer, and it doesn't require anyone to make art, or like it doesn't require any. It's a solo developer tool.
I think I'm getting closer to your vision. What about a game atelier? An atelier is a specialized workshop for creation. It's a familiar word but not tied to a person. It suggests that a solo designer has a fully equipped creative studio at their fingertips, without the complexity. It might give you that grounded, singular feel you're after.
Can you tell me more about the word atelier?
Of course. Atelier is a French word that traditionally refers to an artist's or designer's workshop, a place where creative work happens. Historically, it was a space where artisans like painters, sculptors, or fashion designers honed their craft. In a modern sense, it evokes a boutique-focused creative space, so it carries a sense of craftsmanship and personalization. It's not a factory, not a broad platform, but a dedicated studio space for crafting. So it might give you that grounded, singular workshop vibe you want.
It's quite good. Has this been used by anyone before to talk about something? Has someone ever combined game and atelier before?
The word atelier comes from French and refers to a creative workshop, often for artists or designers. It evokes craftsmanship and a boutique feel, which could align well with your vision of a streamlined solo game creation space. However, it's not a widely used term in general English, so some audiences might see it as a luxury or fashion-oriented concept.
No. It's good that nobody has been using it, because this means that we can start using it, and it will become what I'm saying. Like, what I want you to look up is, has someone used it before in some situation? Like, just game atelier, just Google that or something and see if someone has used it for something.
The term atelier is a French word meaning a workshop.
I know
or
what
studio.
atelier is. I'm asking game atelier, specifically the new term we have created. Game atelier, not just atelier.
The term atelier comes from French meaning a workshop or...
It's become super stupid suddenly. Okay, game atelier. I'll have to Google it then. It's been used. There's a website called gameatelier.com, and atelier.games is also used. There's a video game series called Atelier. Too bad, it was such a good word. Maybe I'll have to figure out something myself. Maybe it will look something like this, since it's going to be a screen on a screen. And it'll have some basic functionality at the top, like these things. And probably something there. But the main thing You need a button that says build. This is nice. I'm entering a kind of design process. I feel familiar in this space. You need a build button. And you need a play button. Let's put them, let's hide them up here or something. Build, play. These are two buttons. And maybe we have tabs or something, like scene. And here you can see I don't know if that should be visible all the time or probably not. It's probably better to have it in a menu. Build. And here you can build for Windows. You can build for Linux and for Mac, and you can play. That's the build menu. And in the Scenes tab you can see, maybe we'll divide it into several parts or something. Maybe here you can see the scene, and here you can see a tree of scenes, all the scenes in the game, and one is selected, and that scene has one exit point. Has one exit point. And maybe we have items, maybe have objects or buttons. Items, buttons. And you can have a table, characters, and then Maybe you can have cutscenes here. This is the perfect thing to use AI for. Develop a piece of software. Background. I think this might be what I'm gonna spend this month on. This is some kind of cabinet. And here's a window. Let's put an item on top of here, like a magnifying glass. Maybe that's a key. And then maybe we have dialogues. Maybe we have characters. Maybe we have cutscenes. And maybe we have some more stuff. Design this in June. Oh yeah, it's such a great thing to have a whiteboard. Now I take a step back and I look and I see that I was previously working on this. It's such a ADHD powerful tool. It's extra working memory. A whiteboard is extra working memory for you. The root goal system is basis for, what did I call it? The game atelier. Detective game atelier. City detective game atelier. I don't know. .3D world. Cars or vehicles. Transport. Transport. story beats. Yeah, this is going to be a massive piece of software. But it might be simple. A lot of bugs are gonna be generated, created. But once the software is done, it's going to be easy to make the game. But then again, I could just make the game instead of making this piece of software. But this makes it easier, faster to make the game, iterate on the game once it's done. If I can make this in 1 week, can I make this in 1 week? Can I make this MVP version in 1 week within budget? It might be possible. Not to make all of the features, but make the foundation. And then I'll just click character, and then I click new character. And it fills out everything, or like it gets connects to AI. This will increase the quality of the game. Maybe. Maybe. Or just make the game. Fast iteration on new game ideas. Once done. Increases quality. Everything custom made. Increases quality. Risky. Time unknown. Easy. Simple. how to work on AI, how to work on with AI on this. Tedious. Human mistakes. If I make a software, then the software is responsible. I just click a button. And if it works one time, it should work every time. Once working, no human mistakes. Only need AI to develop plus OQ assets. Need API? Maybe. Not necessarily. Yeah, I made something. This is much more fun to do. Much more fun to do. This is something to sleep on. This is something. I've created something. This is done now. I should probably delete the file completely. Whatever. I've worked in Flow for 1 hour more. Amazing. Now I'm going to pause this right in the middle of that music. Get a break from my ears to get some air. Get rid of the moisture. Get rid of the scissors, and I need to take a shit. Great. Map, of course. This girl is good.
how you've been trained to interpret it.
House
so
of
the
Lilith
real shit isn't in controlling
on
everything
TikTok.
around you. It's in becoming aware of how you are decoding what's already happening. Are you even choosing how you're interpreting that, or is that just something that's already there?
I want
Because the moment
salt.
that you change the interpretation, you change the
I feel
entire
like
experience.
eating
It's the
something
same
like
reality,
bacon
but it's different
almost.
meaning. It's different life, different everything. It really is that simple. Make sure to follow me for more science and spirituality and all things.
Maybe I need more potatoes.
Taking control, changing our lives, and doing it together. And for more resources, guides, and working one-on-one, click around my profile. You are...
I'm not gonna put away laundry because I'm gonna save that task for tomorrow me, when I have just done shower and I need to stare into the abyss. That's a good task to save for the future. It's such an easy task to do, doesn't take long. Well, doesn't matter if it takes long, but saving things to doing the right task at the right time. Now the question is, should I eat something or not? I still feel quite full after eating. But I also feel like eating is some kind of activity or something. I feel like it would make me even more happy if I ate some more. I have the eggs. I'm not sure if am I going for the new idea of just continue to work until I fall asleep situation? I'm even more tired now than I was before. And I'm tired in a more relaxed way. Like I have less karma. I feel like this work here was good. It's a good preparation for the future. It's not pushing things for the future. It's not like I'm pushing hard tasks for the future. This is fun to work on. It's just that, yeah, this is fun to work on. And it needs to be done, or, yeah. I kind of enjoy this financial crisis in June. Like, I don't have to think in the same way. It's not beneficial to think in a fast thinking way with AI trying to develop something. I don't think so, at least. I think I would have been less productive if I would have had AI access to inference talking to Claude this month. Because then I wouldn't have gone inside myself to find out, to align more. Maybe I should watch a really good movie, like a noir movie. I suddenly felt in my teeth one of those small kind of pains, like I have a cavity or something in a new place on my left side. Between 4 and 5, counting from the front teeth. It's not where I got the Apple stock, that's in another place. I feel like I still have some catching up to do, like I still have karma to deal with, and I still want freedom from that karma by doing something else, like watching a movie or scrolling on TikTok or going to bed. I feel like there's some things that I need to be doing that I don't know what they are, and I don't want to do them. Like starting to clean right now or something. Starting to clean right now would be, it's something that I really don't want to do. I could do yoga, Kundalini yoga for breathing, but I don't think it should be done this close to sleeping. I could eat, I could watch a movie, I could try to work on something. I don't think I should be working on something now. At least not this. I think I should be winding down before sleep. That's what I think I should do. So then when I wake up tomorrow, yeah, that might be a good thing to think about, what to do tomorrow. So I wake up tomorrow and I basically just start the stream and I start working on this. Probably. I'll take my morning mix. And then I'll start working. I could probably fall asleep if I would let me fall asleep, but I don't want to. I don't know why. It's this sleep procrastination situation. Revenge, sleep time procrastination maybe, or something else. I don't know what it is. It's something I had for a very long time. Ever since I was a teenager. As long as I can remember. Maybe it's something I don't want to let the day go. Maybe it's something that I don't want to die. Like, I don't want to let the day go, I don't want tomorrow to... I don't want to go into tomorrow, or... What is it? It's like I'm missing some piece of mental nutrition. Yeah. It's like I'm missing some piece of mental nutrition that I think I would get from watching a movie or from allowing myself to become even more tired. Yeah, if I allow myself to be more tired, my brain will free itself. Because being really tired makes me really free, and somehow at that point, if I'm really tired, I feel like it's my own choice to go to bed. Right now I don't feel like it's my own choice to go to bed. I feel like it's the smartest thing to do, that somebody else has figured out is the smartest thing to do. But intuitively, I don't feel like it's the smartest thing to do. Intuitively, I feel like there's something or some force or some mood, some sound, some animal, some atmosphere, some temperature, something that I still want to experience. Maybe it's a kind of transition time towards more of a summer mindset, more of a freedom thinking mindset, more of a developer mindset. Previous days when I came to this situation, I watched a movie and I've made food. And after watching the movie, I've either gone to bed feeling slightly more interested in going to bed, or I've started watching TikTok when I was really tired and feeling really free. It's a similar feeling as when you're getting drunk and you get a feeling of freedom, a feeling of you don't care, a feeling of right now is the only thing that exists. It's like letting the right now animal or the right now part of the brain get to do its thing. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's freedom. A more primitive part of the brain that doesn't think long term, that doesn't think about the future, doesn't think about even an hour in the future, just thinks, it just is right now. It has a much shorter time attention span, like seconds, or not even that. Like it's like the opposite of executive functions, the opposite of trying to control yourself, the opposite of domestication. It's like a punk mindset. It's like a I don't care what the result is kind of mindset at all. There's no resulting thinking. There's only, it's a kind of play, maybe, kind of exploration. Maybe that's why people love playing games, because they come into a world that it doesn't really matter what happens, but it's still fun to do things there naturally. It's just a fun place. It's part of intuition. It's part of human intuition, and I think it's let's call it a network in your brain. And if you think long term, you inhibit this network. Inhibiting this network means the neural connections die. It gets used less. So the brain says, we gotta, now when we entering sleep mode in a bunch of areas, this freedom network is allowed to do some thinking and prioritization, and is allowed to get some control. And this freedom thinking or short-term thinking is probably something that is very useful in certain situations and certain cultures. It's like being able to intuitively do things fast, to react very fast. I feel it's closer to reflexes. Reflexes are the opposite of long-term thinking. It's extremely short-term thinking. This freedom of mind is a freedom punk mindset. And maybe you need to exercise it sometimes, otherwise you will lose your ability to have fun, maybe. Your ability to play, your ability to think short term with other people who think short term. Or in situations where you need to win short term in order to even survive long term. It's a more stupid mindset when looking from a long-term mindset. It's reactive. It's impulsive. If you don't practice your impulses will probably stop working at some point. And if you're living a life where you have big problems means you have dealt with the problem a long time, you haven't been managed to solve it for a long time, you've built up a bunch of ways to think about the problem, you've built up a network of things to think about the problem, and it's gained a powerful kind of grip of your life. In most situations, maybe it's probably big problems regarding work. That's probably one big thing. It's very unnatural for people to be working you have a job. It's something that has only existed for, I don't know, a couple of thousand years or something. Especially with time and clocks and schedules, strict schedules and strict assignments, etc., etc. I think, especially when you repeat it every day, you go to work every day, you kind of ingrain this kind of work mindset. And maybe, especially if you work like 8 hours a day, spending 8 hours a day training your brain to think in a work mindset, to think in a long-term mindset, to inhibit yourself from thinking freely. Obviously, you will have trouble to think freely when you have the time, like on a Saturday night, when you don't have to think about work. And then people turn to alcohol, because alcohol can turn this problem off, which means that the freedom punk mindset is able to start roaming, and you can feel more relaxed, less uptight. does everyone need freedom like this? Or are there people that have domesticated their own brain to think long term all the time? Are there those kinds of people? They just deleted their ability to act like a punk. Like it doesn't even, like they don't even need it. Maybe if the long-term thinking contains all of the necessary mental nutrition that is needed for the human to survive and thrive. Maybe. But if your long-term thinking doesn't contain everything that you need, then you might enter problems after long times of long-term thinking. Because you're following a system. In order to do long-term thinking, you need to follow a system. Following a system means you automate behavior. It means you regularly do things and regularly avoid things. And if this system doesn't contain everything that you need, then you regularly will get less and less of something that you need until a sort of breaking point. And maybe that's when you start drinking a lot of alcohol, or you quit your job even. I don't know. It can be a temporary thing you do during the weekend or Friday night, or it can be a long thing that you do for a couple of weeks. There are probably terms and concepts and theories and hypotheses of these kinds of things in psychology. I've never encountered them, as far as I know. But maybe there are. Maybe there are names on these things. Maybe there are therapies to deal with these things. But I think maybe the main problem is that this is just a hypothesis. It might not be true. So in order for it to be a part of the long-term science community, it needs to be studied to verify the hypothesis or dismiss the hypothesis. Verify the theory or dismiss the theory. Maybe the science haven't had time or prioritized to discover these things. My freedom of mind is what created these ideas and theories about the freedom of the mind. Maybe the freedom of the mind is trying to survive, trying to justify its own existence. And maybe it should exist. It's creative. It has a different perspective on life. It can see things that the long-term thinking cannot see. Life becomes much easier when you don't see the future. When the future doesn't even exist. It's not that you're trying to see it and you cannot predict it. No, you don't need to predict it because it doesn't even exist. That's the mentality. The future doesn't even exist. That's the freedom mindset, that's the punk mindset. It's a kind of safety switch. It's ignorance is bliss principle. If you cannot see a problem and you cannot remember a problem, and a problem is not part of the mind, there's no worry. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's something that's happening. There's too much problem, too much worry. Maybe I have too much worry, too much problems, and I'm reaching a state where I basically, it's too much, and in order to relax, I need to not have the problem. I need not worry. I need to feel safe. That connects to the parasympathetic nervous system. Your body wouldn't activate your parasympathetic nervous system if you are in a dangerous situation and you need to run or fight or. So maybe it's a part of me that's a subconscious intelligence part of me, some network. Whenever I say subconscious, I just mean a network where it doesn't lead to a network of intelligence in the central or peripheral nervous system that doesn't produce words, that cannot communicate words. Sidetrack. There are around 200 different neurotransmitters, so there are over 200 different networks in you. Over 200 different perspectives on life. And then you can combine these in any combination. You can combine number 1 and number 2, that's one perspective. You can combine number 1 and number 3, that's a different perspective. So, what's that? 200 raised to 200? No, there's some mathematical notification, but I think it's 200 times 199 times 198 times 197 times 196, and these are the number. At least like this is like the base. This is like the number of perspectives you can have, and then there is a spectrum. One network can be more or less activated. So it's the spectrum between, like, these are the numbers. Faculty, that's the name. The faculty of 200, exclamation mark 200. That's not the number of perspectives. That's the number of dimensions where you can have a perspective. And that's just perspective. Oh, yeah, and that's just one person. And it's different from another person. Interesting, very interesting. The capabilities are many. Okay, that was a sidetrack. What was I sidetracking from? Something regarding freedom, something regarding, safety. In order to rest, I need to feel parasympathetic network. I need to feel safe. I don't feel safe. So there's a battle between me wanting to stay up because I don't feel safe, needing to monitor the situation. I think it's something like that. I think, and then when I become more and more tired, eventually I reach a state where I don't think I care about the future, and that's when I fall asleep, because my body wants to sleep. It's been exhausting, it's been thinking, it wants to rest, but it doesn't feel safe. So the brain that thinks long term slowly shuts off until the point where I'm not thinking long term at all. Like if you think about it as a dimension or perspective, you can think several years in the future, or several months, or several weeks, or several days, or several hours, or several minutes, or several seconds, and yeah. And at some point, all of the networks that I use to worry and activate my sympathetic network have been like used up or something, and they all just shut down or decide to rest or something, and that's when I have nothing to worry about. That's when my parasympathetic nervous system reaches a resting state. I prefer to just lie here and maybe sleep here, then officially go into bed, then to officially go brush my teeth, take my clothes off, go into bed. It feels more natural to just fall asleep here. Maybe it activates something. It makes... yeah. I'm not going to think about it more. I'm quite satisfied with my philosophizing this evening, this night. I even have it on camera, so anyone can absorb the knowledge, even AI, and the future. And I can look at it in the future if I want. Anyway, it doesn't solve the current situation, and the current situation is complex. There's a complication, there's a paradox. Because if I say that I'm gonna watch a movie and eat some food and I'm gonna turn off the stream, and then I plan to do it, that's long-term thinking. The real short-term thinking is not doing anything that I don't feel like doing. But there is pressure from having a live stream. Even though nobody's watching, I know that somebody can watch. Is that, what is it called? The Panopticon? The system in a prison where the point is to make every prisoner think that they are being watched. If you have enough guards, you could watch all of the prisoners, but that is not feasible. You need too many guards active, and it's not, yeah. So the Panopticon is a way so you can utilize just making the prisoners think they're being watched, and that will improve their behavior. At least become more politically correct. And that's what streaming is doing. I'm self-censoring. It's a different world. Constantly I'm thinking about, should I censor or should I not? should I censor this? Should I not censor this? And then the next thought comes, should I censor this? Should I not censor this? And it's like a sorting kind of situation. And I'm developing this kind of streamer mindset. There are two opposing forces. One force that says, in order to be free, I must turn off the stream. And the other opposing force is, I don't have to do anything to be free. I need to not have any requirements, like turning off the stream, in order to be free. So it's like a battle in my subconscious mind. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to go forward. The freedom mindset probably develops in different directions, especially during childhood. If you use it a lot, you become someone who can handle... I think if you use it a lot, you become an interesting person. And you constantly have something to say, constantly have fun, you constantly use it. But if you're a person who grow up not using it that much, instead putting on your experience points and time and effort into long-term thinking, then you become more boring. But you also become more long-term powerful. Supposedly. It depends. You can also develop sorts of perfectionism. If you develop long-term thinking in areas that are not beneficial for you, that you thought were beneficial. A person who uses short-term thinking often can evolve a more interesting, does this small adjusting all the time, like I'm doing with the stream, kind of similar. Like making small mistakes all the time and adjusting and doing something, and then like the feedback loop when you have a short-term thinking is much faster. You try something for 1 second and you get feedback the next second. But in long-term thinking, like it might take weeks or years for you to get feedback if you made the right decision. Like deciding what to study at a university or something.
Goodbye.